Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today, we're working on Insignia, as we do. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. I've been working hard on bits and pieces today. I had a meeting with my grant fund manager from Screen New South Wales about getting some money acquitted so that I can be paid back for stuff that I've spent money on. And working hard on the demo. I actually had an epiphany last night, and I'm going to be building some content today that reflects that. So I hope you're excited for that. Alrighty. I want to say a big, well, I've said thank you to those of you who are here in chat, but I also want to say thank you to Sushi Wa for the most recent follow and Alva Lillian for the most recent subscription. Thank you. All right, let's get straight into it. What is this? A cutscene. It's true, I do have a cutscene. What you're looking at here is a bit of a prototype for a solution to the issue that I was having. So yesterday we were talking about this bridge sequence. And we were talking about how fighting the Hunden here creates a strange kind of tension in the demo, where after doing all of this climbing, Armin triggers the bridge connects, and suddenly we find ourselves in a boss fight. And then we go to the Athenaeum. And it's weird because if that were to happen, I feel like it makes a lot of sense for Armin to be panicked and to be concerned and to raise that with Harriet as soon as he gets there, which completely cuts the tension out of what happens next. So if in the game I want the player to fight a Hunden in the demo for the purposes of all of the cool mechanical things that you do in that fight, then that fight has to happen outside of this context, this very dramatic context that's built around potential threats to Orenstead or Armin's personal safety or the bridge. Instead, I'm going to turn this into a dramatic irony issue. So we will know, we will have heads up that there's something with the Hunden that we should be concerned about. There'll be breadcrumbs. But Armin will think of this, when he engages in this fight, as a personal matter. Because Hugo will be fighting the Hunden. And Armin will step into this fight midway through this boss fight that's happening between Hugo and the Hunden. And Armin will save him. There's going to be some awkward character interaction, but as far as Armin is concerned, this is some weird personal scuffle that his, town bully has had with this stranger. And so if it's dealt with, it's dealt with, and there's not much to have to think about after that. I think that works. The only other question would be would it be better to have that fight still take place up here? I'm not sure. I think correcting the bridge creates a wrinkle that then puts us into question, how does Hugo get into this fight in the first place? Maybe it should be up here. I don't know. There was another reason why I thought it would be good to have it further down. I've moved some of the ground so that it's more like this. The reason why I have it here, well, in the player's path, they literally come through here, they go up and out, and they finish the demo up at the Athenaeum. So they're not going to go back to the town at this point. Although that would be a good thematic, it would be interesting for it to take place there. No, the thing that I thought I would do was have the Hunden drop an accessory pouch when you defeat him. And then you can come back here to this shack that you passed on the way through and equip a bunch of extra gear that you couldn't before. As like an immediate reward for beating the boss fight. So, yeah, I think that that works. It's probably not as dramatic as if it was happening on top of the bridge, but I think it makes sense in a gameplay sort of context. It also does something which I think is quite important, which is in a 3-act structure of this demo, we've got day 1 and then the second day, which is broken up into 2 parts, where you get to the Crucible. So the Crucible kind of is the breakup for the 3 parts. Just got a strange Discord message. Okay. So the problem is you want the semi-boss fight. If this is the dungeon experience and this is the Athenaeum, if the boss fight happens here, you don't want the semi-boss fight to happen here. You kind of want the semi-boss fight to happen more like here, if you can help it. Like you want a bit of breathing room from one boss fight to another for the mechanics to ramp up, and you kind of want to create new tension, right? The tension breaks and then you want to build it again. If you have a boss fight and then another boss fight straight away, it's like tension, break, and then you go, huh? We're not ready for this. We haven't earned this. So better for it to happen earlier, which is why if the bridge is here, before the bridge is better than at the bridge or after it. And if we wanted to go further with that, we could actually put this fight here if we really wanted. I wouldn't be against that. In fact, we could have it. Do I go all the way to here? Hugo fights the guy here. No, the bridge couldn't be earlier in the map. I don't think so. If I put the bridge... Well, we're talking about time, not physical location. So to put the bridge earlier would mean you have to do this stuff after crossing the bridge. Oh, I mean... If let's just say this was the bridge. Nah, it doesn't work. It has to be after, time-wise, it has to be after you've done this. The fight can't happen until after you've done this. So this is interesting to put the fight here. I think either here or here. Getting the pouch and then going to the shack would be better, for sure. But I think the fight happening here is a little bit meh. But it would be a better use of the space. Like compressing the space that way would be nice. That's tough. Anyway, I think that the cutscene solves the problem for sure. If I could just take a screenshot of this, there's just like, I feel like there's an opportunity here that we need to be really, really conscious of. So I need to like take 5 minutes just to confirm that what I'm doing makes sense. Because otherwise it's going to be, is it Windows for Mac only? No, it'll be on the Nintendo Switch, I think, as well. We have access to dev kits now, so I might actually be able to test it on a dev kit for a Switch and have like a demo on the Switch too. That would be possible. So, here's the issue, right? There's like all this gameplay, right? Chapter 1. And then you get to the Crucible, and then there's this experience that I think goes on too long. It's my opinion. It's probably like almost 5 or 10 minutes too long. And that starts here. So what we do is we go through here. We learn some stuff by going down, and then up, and then across, and then we get all 3 abilities, then we leave, okay? A lot of time spent in one place. And we have this thing where we can't cross the bridge that we had to do a lot of running around just to get here in the first place. So at this point in the game, you've spent 2 scenes, you've spent maybe 20 minutes in 2 scenes at this point. And that feels a lot slower than the pace that you were moving at before. So there's a thing here where like, I want the pace to pick up. I want things to start happening with the plot, and I want things to start happening with environmental shifts. I want you to go into new areas and to see new things. But to do that right now, the plan is that you still have to pass through here, come through all of this, maybe do a little bit of side traveling, and then up, and then out, and then a new scene, and then we're in the Athenaeum. So if I was like being an editor and this was a movie, I would just straight up cut all of this. And I would have this go straight to there. If I was like caring only about the pacing. Because there's just not enough tension to warrant the slack that gets created in this space. But there are lots of reasons why that's not the case. From a gameplay perspective, this is really cool and interesting and important because it demonstrates how the abilities work. This is cool and important because it gives you a way to practice some of these things before you get to this point. The bridge, you need to trigger the bridge because it's a set piece in the game that's kind of already built up. I want this pensive moment before we enter the Athenaeum. So there's stuff that I want that's valuable, but the tension isn't there. So we need a bit more answers in this space. It's basically here. We have almost no new questions and no new answers. That's the problem. Now, this little plot wrinkle that I've just created is interesting, and it's good. It's good interesting for the reason that it includes existing characters. So we've already got some tension built up. We already have feelings about this guy. And we can I had plans to introduce other characters as well into this scenario from the town. So for me, it's really what I'm asking myself right now is, can I compress the space? That's the first question. Can I compress the space so that it's literally shorter? And can I reuse characters and cash in on some of that dramatic tension with the characters? That will make it feel like there's stuff happening. I think if I do both of those things, then we're good. The only issue I then have is if I'm going to have a boss fight happen here, what needs to change about this space to warrant a boss fight? Now, I actually did have in the past an additional level that was right here. And this additional level was basically kind of like an empty, kind of cavernous chasm space that was a bit quiet. A little bit kind of between the outside and the inside. And it was going to be a place where you could kind of go, you'd exit here and you'd end up here. And you could walk across there and then you end up here. And if I do that, what I can do is shorten this and place this here. What that will do is probably force me to make this more of a loop. So rather than go forward, down, across, up, across that way, it'll be forward, down, across, up, and out. And we'll still have maybe this bit here, but this door will be further over here. And the reason why I would even bother with that is because I could then have a really nice set piece here for the boss fight. Like a specific, background and whatever that looked appropriate. Because here, having a boss fight here it just looks like you're in the middle of a level. Maybe that's no big deal. We had a pirate ship earlier. It's getting a little dramatic, actually. If this is the Martin headquarters, like the den. More arena-like. Yeah, we could do it. We could do it. There are assets in the game I could use to put here. But it feels like it might be a little bit grand for what this needs to be. To be honest, I really feel like a lot of this space is currently kind of dead. This could just open straight out to here. Under promise, over deliver. So do we nix that? And then basically I just want to shrink. Yeah, that's this can stay, but I just don't know about, do we get rid of this stuff? The only thing I don't like about this is that I had an idea where you use the Hunden powers to get out of here, but it is what it is. That's not a bad idea, Rufy. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Rufy says you should add a screenshot feature to scene graph so that I don't have to screenshot it myself and it just exports a big PNG. Great idea. There's also the idea of having this thing actually be, and I'm not quite sure about it yet, but be here, this be there. The only thing that does is it means that we have to exit the same place we came where we do this. So like this doesn't go there anymore. That this door, when we exit it, goes back to here. And that you're really just going to end up, you know, basically here, but this is now lower. Because the idea would be that you've got a scene that's just a bit, but that's hard because I actually liked being able to scroll up. We had a scene that did that, where Armin looks up the chasm. No, these don't stress me out because these are changes that are quite easy to do, actually. These are pretty easy to do. I just have to know what I'm doing before I do them because they can take half an hour. So I might as well spend 10 minutes talking about it, especially if the knock-on of the changes could be 2 hours, 3 hours. The next 6 hours of work depends on whatever I do next. And that, what I do next could take half an hour. So deciding about it for 10 minutes is fine. So the idea was this space here was going to be, you exit the chasm. This is Flute Boy. And then there's this scene where the boss fight happens. And this scene, you can go down this way. It's like a T intersection. You can go down, you can go up, and you can come in from this way as well. Now, what makes this kind of interesting, I don't hate this idea of there being a kind of, I love this vision. It started with this long time ago. This idea of fighting a Hunden over the waterfall is It's just a cool concept. I like the screenshot of it. It just feels right. Yeah, compositionally it's cool. So the idea of this would be, you can have this, you can have it. It's just I need to think about how to frame this so that the fight doesn't have this drop down on it. That can't happen. Unless I make the ground shift the first time you go through so that it drops beneath you. Ooh, that could be a thing. It would be... Let's take a screenshot. Oops. So the idea would be that somehow... Hey, Diamond. Oh, thank you. It's been a long time. So that you would need exits here. Exits here. This is a ground that moves and shrinks downwards to bring you down into the thing the first time you do it. Into the crucible. Maybe when you play some cello. Well, that's what we're talking about right now. I'll make it so that this is not a one-way platform. It's a column from the crucible. I don't know if you know what that is. I don't know how long you've been watching for, but I have these moving platforms that collapse that you can't drop through. They drop through when they want to. So like man. What? That's not supposed to work that way. Yeah, there you go. So like this is a floor and then it moves on its own. So the alternative would be a one-way floor that's not the elevator. It's just literally columns that drag you downwards. Which feels right because we've got this elevator here right now that kind of does that job. But like it feels a bit contrived to have an elevator. Oh, I've got such a good idea. God damn it. I think I'm starting to decide here what I want to do. Okay. It just means that the first time you come here, this space is going to be kind of interesting. And it's all going to be in this one scene. It's not even a different scene. It's just, well, what do we think? Do we think different scene or same scene? Problem is, the cutscene where Armin looks up and it zooms all the way up. What it means is we either need to take all of this scene and break it apart Sorry, it's hard for you guys to understand what I'm describing here, but basically my proposal is this. Either we take this scene and we literally just go clunk, now it's 2 scenes. This is 1 scene, this is another scene, and the idea would be to take this, shift it down here, fill this in. Now we've got pathway here, pathway down. This becomes all kind of open, but the floor of this entire level is this black stuff. So we've got a bunch of false floors and stuff in this part. We don't need this anymore. We can open up this a bit. Make this into like a real arena. We don't have to have that anymore. That looks like this. This is in response to that. And then what we would do is we would have this ledge be something that you could climb up from here. There would be something that would have to happen after the boss fight or something where you get access to the ability to essentially shift yourself up into the second phase. My hunch is that we put like a little ledge somewhere, and then we give the player the jump from the Hunden, and there's a little puzzle that's only a puzzle once you've beaten the Hunden to get out of there. So maybe the floor shifts, something happens basically that puts you in a position where Armin can continue upwards and get out after the boss fight, once you've beaten the Hunden. And what that would do is that it would make it so that this scene, which is now sort of more like this shaped, is just the bridge scene. This scene only exists to have a bridge in it. And I think what it does, I mean, like positives and negatives, whoops. Positives and negatives are, it makes the space a little bit more distinct. It means we can create like a vibe here that's not anywhere else. We can have like whatever specific music or something happening here. It means we can play around with this space a bit more easily. It does create tension here because you have to cross through a threshold to get to the bridge scene from anywhere else. But that's okay, I think, in the grand scheme of things. And it means that we can shorten all of this, basically. It means that this can just go away. I think. I mean, we could still have something going on here, but I mean, I'm kind of inclined to shorten this, actually. Maybe make a little bit more gameplay here. Right now it's a bit barren. It would also make this a lot easier to do. And then there's also something here where I like the idea of Armin standing here and playing the music, and then the level reacting to him playing the music and sending him downwards. That way, this becomes an entrance to a dungeon much more convincingly. It's like, oh, this is how we enter the dungeon. And I can make it look like it's designed to look that way because the camera can be much more appropriately, you know, the set piece can be much clearer and the function of the level can be much clearer if it's set up that way. It just means that this character needs a bit more of an introduction a bit earlier, and that this needs to be a bit more focused. But that's okay. I don't even mind like shifting this level around, making it a bit bigger or smaller. And we've done this before a little bit. We've sort of been through this. This is like the 5th time I've been iterating on this stuff. But I think at this point, I kind of need to be a bit surgical / a butcher. I need to be very like clear with this stuff. And thankfully, it shouldn't be too hard to do. I'm basically just going to duplicate the level and crop off everything on one side of one duplication and then crop off everything on the other side of the second duplication. Which I used to have a scene that was this. In fact, it's this one. So I literally just bring this scene back, bring Chasm back. That's the idea. But what it means is, the reason why I'm bringing it back is, it means this space here gets to become a 3-in-1. It gets to become an entrance to a dungeon, a space for a mini boss fight, and a story plot space. It also shrinks this. It means this door doesn't have to exist anymore, which is now here. And it gives the player access to this abandoned workshop earlier on in the demo, which is good because that's going to be a teleport point, and a place where you can craft stuff. You want to be able to craft things in this space, so I think it's I think it's good. In fact, maybe we put this here. No, maybe he can hang out here afterward or something like that. But all right, I'm going to do it. Hey, Swaggins, how's it going? Thanks for the sub. The only thing about this that's a bit weird is you have to leave and come back in this context. Addie? I get called Addie at home. I don't mind it. I am doing well. Yeah, my family calls me Addie. So now, let's just take everything I just said and think about the opposite. Can I just keep it as it is? Does that change anything? Is it significantly better? Scene Graph is a tool that I built, so it doesn't exist in Unity normally. Good night, Rufy. All right. If it was all just, it stays as one scene, what changes here? It means I still have to figure out what to do with Leopold. It means the door that we had before is not a door. It means Leopold relocates to here, which is fine. It means we now have a one-way door here again, which we had in the past. It's a lot. But it's not unreasonable. It does add distance to home. Because it takes two more transitions to get, well, one more transition to get back. But I think it's better. I think it's better to split it. Come on, Adam. Make up your mind. Why is it better to split it? It just means better control over what I'm doing. I don't like this beat because this doesn't look like a door. It doesn't make any sense. It's a weird moment with Leopold. I want to introduce Leopold earlier. So this wrinkle goes away. This weirdness here goes away. It creates more drive here. I think it's just better. I think it's a straight win. Now, how aligned is this geometry still? Is it still good? It's almost perfect. Okay, we'll keep that. Okay, then we can just delete this. And then delete like everything else. Oh, it ruined all of the arrangement of everything. Oh, did it? Maybe not. Yeah, it's all messed up. That's really annoying. The objects didn't get pasted in the same order that they got created. So I'm going to have to reconstruct everything. It's very annoying. All right, I'll just lock in and do this, shall I? Object, object. 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 Hey, Ocelot. No, this has got nothing to do with you. This is a brand new... I'm reintroducing the chasm scene. just trying something. I had a possible way of reducing some of the work that we have to do. Tightening up some of the tension. Okay. Is Unity structured like Godot? Not really. Unity has something similar but different. So Unity has scenes and Godot has nodes. And in Godot, everything is a node. A scene is a node. A character is a node. A component on a character is a node. So it all nests. Unity has scenes, and then it has what are called, so it's got the hierarchy, which are game objects, which are not scenes. But then it has prefabs, which are game objects whose hierarchies can be observed in their own context. And this prefab might as well be a scene. I mean, we're basically looking at a new scene called Armin, and the entire hierarchy of that scene exclusively lives inside of this prefab. And when I drag the prefab somewhere else, I'm getting, it gets taken with us. So in a way, all of these blue things in the hierarchy are nested scenes, sort of. You can treat them that way. It's just Unity wasn't really so delicately architected that it had the foresight to call them scenes. But you definitely could think of it that way. And a lot of people they've got one game scene in their whole project, and then they just populate that with prefabs. And the prefabs are the levels. So in a way, in that sense, you have nested scenes that way. But there is a strict difference between a scene and a prefab. Why does Pirate Software hate the payment system from Unity? Oh, do you mean the license? Unity is free software to download and free to use, but it's not open source. And it's not pay once perpetual license. So Game Maker, I think, is still... Well, Game Maker used to... Hey, Happy Pigs, thank you so much for the raid. We were just talking about game engines. So Game Maker used to be, you pay once, you get the software forever. Now, I think it's free to use at one level, but you have to pay for it if you want the next level up, the professional level or whatever. Unity has always been free to use, and there are professional tiers. But those professional tiers come with licenses that make it so that you have to pay based on the success of your game. That's the issue. So the Unity runtime, Unity is an engine and it's also a runtime environment. And a runtime environment is basically the thing that gets packaged when you sell the game to somebody. The thing that they open when they click on your Unity game, that's the runtime. Unity wanted to charge developers for runtime installations. So basically, if my game gets played by 100,000 people, I owe Unity 100,000 runtime licenses. That was the thing that people hated. And I think that they still have it, but they've changed it in such a way that that fee is much, much smaller and doesn't kick in unless your game makes an obscene amount of money. So it's like if your game is making like $1 million in revenue, then some percentage, 2 or 3% of the game's revenue needs to go back to Unity or something like that. I don't know the exact details of it, but it's pretty reasonable now. It's just that like Unreal Engine has the same thing. Unreal Engine has it's not a runtime fee, but it's a license fee based on the money you make. Hey, Happy Pigs, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. The reason why Unity looked really bad when they did this was that there was no way around it. You couldn't, like, Unity was already charging for seats. So installs of the editor, they were already charging for that, which means you'd have to pay twice, once for the game engine and then for every user, which sucks. They removed the runtime fee. Yeah. In any case, it's still a fine engine to use, and there's no issues right now. And the thing that I would say, unfortunately, if you're drama farming, the part of the argument for real developers that doesn't get said out loud is that like Game Maker is not an amazing engine. If I can be honest, I don't think it's like, it doesn't really align architecturally with a lot of the other way, with a lot of how other game engines make games. So if you learn Game Maker, it might be a little awkward to jump over to other engines. That's the first thing. It's just not as like production scale. It's not like you can't make like a big game in Game Maker. That's the first thing. Second thing, Godot, although it is free and open source, which is amazing, we love free open source, it's also very young as an engine. It's not fully kitted out, doesn't have the same features as Unity, doesn't have the same support, doesn't have the same multi-platform capabilities and extensions and an asset store. It just doesn't have all of the stuff that lets you make big boy games. Unity's definitely bloated. It's got a whole bunch of issues, definitely issues with the support of some of those features, and they have an issue internally where they're constantly making new features and abandoning old ones, and Unity's got a whole bunch of stuff to hate. But if you're talking about comparing engines, there's a lot of, depending on what you're trying to make, there'll be reasons to use every engine and not to use every engine. And it really just comes down to what are you making and what is the engine that's going to suit that the best. That's how it is. So if you're learning game dev, like I love Godot for that. I think Godot is amazing if you're just starting out. Perfect. And if you're looking to be in game dev for like the next 5 years, maybe 10 years, 6 years from now, Godot is going to be amazing. But like right now, yeah. So let me give you like, I'm one of, this is the thing. There's like game developers. Then there are like game developers. And then there are like game dev hobbyists. So like, it's like this. Let's do this in Okay. Yep. Okay. Here's what it is. There is a difference between all of these three. These people don't need the things that these people need. When we're talking about features, right? One of the biggest features that I think is it's like a little litmus test for figuring out who you are is the timeline and sequencer feature of an engine. The more like cinematic your game is, the more like storytelling that you're doing, where you're doing camera shots, you're doing like almost like getting closer to like acting, right? The more like linear sequencing is in your game, the more you need for that sequencer, the more your game depends on it being good. Now, a timeline / sequencer is like on the face of it, all that it has to be is like, hey, you got a thing, you press play, the playhead moves, the playhead triggers things that it crosses over, and when the playhead's finished, it resets back to 0. That's like our timeline in the most basic description. If you don't really plan on building like systems where you have hundreds of cutscenes in your game, like my game has like hundreds of cutscenes, then Godot's timeline is totally fine. It has its quirks. It's not amazing. I think it's called an animation sequencer in Godot. Okay. As like a fun little, thing to play around with, Godot's is fine. Okay. It has its weird quirks. Like, for example, it doesn't serialize by default the default state of the scenes, of the object in the scene, in the node, the scene node, when you play back things. So when you press play, if you're halfway through some animation playback and then you press save, it'll save the scene on frame 4. That's really weird. You don't want that, because you don't want your characters to start halfway through their animation just because you happened to be editing the scene that way. There. So now we talk about reset tracks. So this idea of like, then I guess now our animations are technically state machines and we need a default state to handle the fact that because of the way that we use editors, our data needs to change. To me, that's like a UX architecture corruption. That's not a good thing. Even if it's a solution, it means there's an underlying issue in the actual architecture of the feature, and you're putting that on the user to fix. Not great. That's like red flag number 1. Red flag number 2 is that the timeline is built in a way that makes the tracks make no sense. So let me explain this. The track types are inherently when you make when you make definitions in engineering, your goal should be that definitions on equal footing are mutually exclusive. That's like good dependency development. It's like if you're engineering something, you don't want thing A to include half of thing B. If you have A and you have B, they should be separate. If there's a little bit of A and a little bit of B that overlap, maybe that overlap should be defined in a parent class or something like that. The problem here is that these track types, yeah, if you have a thing that's moving, like a 3D position, okay, that makes sense, right? I have a position and I want to move that position. That's the type of thing that moves. Okay, type of thing that moves. Blend shape, okay, we're describing the type of thing that moves. Audio playback, fine, the type of thing that moves. Bezier curve, that's not a type of thing that moves. A Bezier curve describes the motion. That's the point of the timeline. All of these things should be able to be Beziered, right? Like 3D position going from point A to point B, you should be able to move from point A to point B. The linear interpolation should be able to be a Bezier curve. So you shouldn't have to have a separate type of track called a Bezier curve track. That's like one of these things is not like the others. Probably because this was added later to give the feature, but now you're adding a feature on top which should be integrated in. That's not good. There's something wrong there. And there's maybe a reason why it's like that. But if we're just talking about the feature, if it's a good one or a bad one, it's not, you shouldn't be giving apologies based on the fact the engine has a life cycle. That's not how it should be. Like Unity's timeline is much better than that. And Unity's timeline sucks too. But the equivalent for Unity has 2 timelines. Again, a mistake, should be just 1, but Unity has 2. Unity's timeline that we're talking about here is the animation track. In this, all you have is properties. You have properties and you have curves. That's it. Any property can be interpolated across any curve, the end. That's good. That's like the right approach. The idea that you think of everything as points, point A, point B, and then you think of the interpolation of those points. Much, 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 much better. That's just the way it should be. If you're making production software, if you want people to build their games on top of your thing, it needs to be good. Right? So like this, properties, curves. That's it. I think of all the properties as things that change state over points, and those states can change. They can be linear, they could be curves, they could be constant, but that's how a timeline should work. If you open up After Effects, if you open up Adobe Premiere, if you're in DaVinci Resolve, if you're doing any kind of linear editing, keyframes, curves, that's it. That's the answer. It's been solved. So what that does is if you're making a game, if you're a novice and you only need to use this, here and there because you've got like just your characters animating or something, okay, fine, no problem. But like, yeah, come on. If you want to build something on top of, if you want to build a game that is going to run on people's consoles and you've got content and you're going to do edits and rewrites to cutscenes that live and die in this system, and you're going to build extensible features that sit on top of the system needs to be good. That's it. Especially if you're trying to get from this to this. Like if you're trying to become a studio and build something big enough to support. Basically, if your game has a writer, you're going to need this to be really good. That's a big, what's the word? I'm painting with a broad brush here, but the point is if you have someone whose job it is to just handle story and implementing that story, there's probably going to be rewrites, there's probably going to be edits. You need to be able to have something that's powerful enough to handle all your ideas and plastic enough to let you shape those ideas after you've created them. Because what you don't want, the thing that really sucks that I run into a lot is this diminishing returns, this tech debt, this drag, where the more stuff you add, the longer it takes to put stuff in. The tools, if the tools are conducive to that, if they make this happen, you're in trouble. Because lots of games have hundreds of content instances in them, hundreds of item types, hundreds of quest dialogues, hundreds of cutscenes. At that point, if you change how something needs to work and you have to do something hundreds of times, you end up going from something being a day fix to something being a month's fix. And then you just don't do it. You just choose to design the game differently because you can't rely on your tools to be plastic enough to shape the thing you want to engineer. And that's why you can't make serious games on tools that you can't trust at that level. Now, luckily for Godot and Unity, they're both extensible. So like this is not a default Unity timeline. I've done a lot of stuff here. I've created tools on top of the tool to help the tool work better. If you're a novice and you're downloading an engine for the first time, you don't even expect to have to do that. Editor customization is not something that beginners picking an engine realize they have to do. But if you're moving from this space into this space, you're going to be doing a lot of editor programming. Like tools development is like a big thing. So that's the difference between Godot and Unity. It's like probably like a decade of engineering and tooling and iteration and feature updates and support for developer tooling on top. You can build, to be really clear, you could probably extend Godot's timeline or build your own timeline in Godot that does things the way that you want to do it in Unity. And I would say if you're a great engineer today, if you're a great engineer and you are just getting into, off-the-shelf engines, you could probably start with Godot today, and 5 years from now, you would have an amazing suite of tools inside of Godot that make it as good as Unity or Unreal, as long as you are prepared to build them. It's possible to do that. I think that's not even a bad idea. In fact, if I had started Insignia in Godot, by now, I would have built all the things that I need because that's what I did. I built most of those in, like Unity for me is more like a shell. It's just the editor. I've built a lot of this stuff myself. Retrobox and all this stuff. I built this editor. So it's like scene graph, I built that, I probably could have built this in Godot, but you have to commit to an engine. So what I like about Godot, the same way that Unity has this lovely thing where everything is curves in the timeline, Godot has this thing where everything is nodes in the hierarchy. I love that about Godot. I think Godot being node-driven and recursive in its structure and being interpreted rather than compiled with GDScript, for a gameplay programmer, that's a dream. That's amazing. It's not as performant, but if you're making smaller games, even Insignia sized, where you're not talking about tens of thousands of instances of things in the level, I think Godot would have been a better architecture for me to make Insignia on. It's just that it doesn't have all the extra bells and whistles that Unity has that I enjoy. So there you go. Long explanation, but all right. I'm going to go into focus mode now. I've had a long couple of days where I haven't really been able to get as much as I wanted done. And I'm just excited to get back into churning through the content for this because I want to get it out I want to push the demo out soon. So can I just like drop the player into this level and run around in it and it's fine? Sort of. Still good. All right, now we have to do the same thing on this side where we cut this up. We remove the bridge. Let me just confirm that I can still do everything I need to do. In fact, it should be fine because we've already... But anyway, hang on. Engine, camera. Yep. Go under system and then door. Go into level design and then slingshot. This. Go into enemies. Martin, Crucible, Spies. That's a cutscene. That's part of the level design, but that's okay. This is part of level as well. Let's bring them up into level. And then these two are sequences. Okay, I think that's pretty good. The switch goes into objects. Atmosphere, Archer, this. He can go. Zone camera is part of the level. Decoration, don't know what that, oh, drop prompt. That can go. Grid 2, don't even know what that is. Tile map. You can go. Atmosphere, the bridge is part of level design. Atmosphere, Orenstead, Foothills background, Hedgehog. You can go in level. Enemies. Zone camera can just go. Is anything outside of the bounds of the level? Yes. What was that? That door bottom left. That can go. Whoop. Okay. Hey, Burke. I'm not sure where the best place would be to learn Unity. I mean, Unity has official tutorials and there's also YouTube. Brackies is a great YouTube channel that teaches Unity. Hey, Yumeji. My favorite aspect would be, I think, environment design, actually. Thinking back on it, I think I can spend the most time doing that without getting tired of it. So if I come up here and then go to engine and make this chapter 1, day 2, I should be able to run across this bridge and trigger this cutscene. That's great. Have this play out, no problem. Yep, all good. And then I should just be able to leave. And then that's fine. Cool. So I'm happy with that. I was able to trigger that cutscene. And then I guess I'm imagining if I take Armin, drop him down here, I should be able to trigger this. And then it's going to do its thing. That's great. Okay, I'm good with that. Now I need to go over to this scene and basically just delete everything that's on this side of the door. It sucks that I have to do this because I kind of already did it once at least. But, you know, it is what it is. So this crucible floor goes. Orenstead Bridge. Open model. I basically just, I'm going to crop the entire level like here. Why is he running? Where are you going? All right. Okay. Now, that should be reasonable. Hopefully nothing breaks. Pretty good. And then we need obviously the level to cut off there. So we've got the level scrolling bounds. I still need a better way to handle these. I don't know what I'm going to do to make it work. So 4, 3, and 2, I guess, are all going to go. Zero, 0, 0. and then take the whole thing and shift it to here. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doors. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now I can make this go to there. Cool. And then this is going to go to there. This is going to go to there. It's unfortunate that I don't have like a very obvious way to do this, but it is what it is. 2D maps for 3D space. Okay. So I don't even think I want Leopold here. I'm not sure. It's all a bit awkward. I wanted to put him maybe here, but at least now where we are, we can start reshaping this and making it do what we want it to do. So let's go to Orenstead Chasm Crucible Floor. That's what we want. And we want to open this model and planar. I don't know what that means. Oh, well, that's interesting. If the nodes were points, then yes. I think so. It's more just that I've got levels that are technically like Z depth levels. You go through into the background, and then that occupies the same space as a level in the foreground. That's the idea anyway, in like 2D world map space. So it's not that it's just non-Euclidean. That's what I would call it. Like, this level that's fine. That like links into that, and this links into that. But like this space, the distance from there to there is not the same as from there to there. So there's like an implied, and then you walked through the tunnel and ended up on this side. But then this level specifically, if you think about where this door is and this door is, that is supposed to connect basically like that. Like this door connects to that one, let's just say, somewhere around there. And then this door connects to this one somewhere around here, which means that this occupies about that space. That's about where it is. But it's not very easy to represent that in 2D space, so I just drag it out. Now it just sits on top. Same with this one. This is technically happening behind that. Not in a realistic way. Not because it's like I didn't take the scene and redraw it or anything. It's just like, oh yeah, and then there's a forest nearby that you can go into. Kind of. The idea of going deeper. Yeah, that's true. Well, that's the thing. Like, I've actually considered this a lot. One second. The idea of a world map, if you look at Metroid, those are Euclidean, like a Metroidvania, or at least sort of. In a Metroidvania, like the level is a bunch of spaces you can go to. And we've talked about this a bunch, I'm not going to go into it, but essentially, if you've been to this room and you've been to this room, if you've been here and you've been here, you can imagine that this exists, and it will. You can make inferences based on rooms that don't exist yet, or that exist but you haven't been to yet, based on where you have been. That's a core feature of a Metroidvania, is the Euclidean relationship between the rooms. The fact that you can say, hang on, I just got this power up and I couldn't go up that wall before, and I haven't been on the other side of that door. So maybe if I go through there, that wall is going to lead me up into that new room that I haven't been to that connects up to that other door. You can do that in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. You can do that in Metroid. You can't really do that in Insignia. It's not a guarantee that you can do that in my game. I don't think I'm ever going to betray the player. I'm never going to have it be that like doing that is a mistake, where you get hurt for making assumptions about the level. But it's still, nonetheless, it's I didn't want to constrain the game to a 2D grid. So the closest thing I've got to a world map right now is something that looks like this. Give it a second to load. You might interact with something that looks like this in the game, where you're getting an abstraction, you're getting warp points. It's like, oh yeah, like this is here and that is there, and there are a few levels in between, but you're not getting like, I am here in this room. If I move left one, I'll be in this room. Like this, basically. I don't know if I'll ever expose this to the player. Maybe. It's cool to look at. I just don't have any precedent on what the data structure looks like to contain it. Like, how do you showcase that to the player in a compact way? How do you give them the information that they need in order to parse it? I don't know yet. It's definitely valuable, right? The scene graph, like it's valuable for me to work with. And I notice this thing quite a lot actually when I'm working, where I'll do some work. Like yesterday, we were looking at up here. I was trying to see if a special ability that you had on equipment was working. Like I was testing a feature, and I was like, oh, I should just show when the thing is equipped, show the icon to know that it's functioning. And it's like, yeah, of course that's valuable for me, but also players will want to know as well whether it's equipped. Like the thing that I'm trying to play test right now isn't just useful for me as the dev. I also need to communicate the same info to me as a player, or you as the player. So sometimes it's like, it's a bit of a heuristic. It's like, oh, what's good for me is good for the player in that sense. Visibility is valuable to understand what the system's doing. I mean, some of it is intuition. Some of it is like experience. You know, you work on something long enough and you go, this would have taken me much less time if I had just bit the bullet and did it properly the first time. Like for me, I'm like, I don't know, I want to say 88% sure that I'm going to need fast travel in this game, because I've play tested the game without fast travel for the last 8 years, and I have never once been able to solve the problem that I have of there being drag in the level. Like there's just drag when you have a really big world and you need to get from one place to the other really quickly. What do you do, you know? So it's like, well, I think I need fast travel. I've got a need and I have a solution that relates to the need. So what's stopping me from addressing the need with the solution other than, you know, the time sink and being concerned about the time sink? The need for speed. I think this is something that I talk about this a lot, actually. And maybe I get made fun of a little bit in chat. I have this concept that I've referred to as scope revelation when making a big game. It's like, this wasn't on the feature list when I first designed the game. The GDD didn't have fast travel in it, right? But it's obvious that the game needs fast travel. So is that scope creep? And if it is scope creep, could it have been avoided? Was there any way that we weren't going to end up in this position where we need fast travel? It's like, you don't realize that there are dependencies until after they're already necessary. Sometimes it's just like, well, this just needs to be this way. And there was no way that I knew, unless you've built the game before in some other context. It's like, well, how else were you going to find out? When were you going to know that you needed this to do this thing? That's called tiled. Why does it need fast travel? Are you sure that it isn't a bias or laziness on your part? Okay, first things first, games are entertainment. I would never in a million years blame the player for being lazy. Absolutely not. Not in a million years. Just never going to happen. The customer is always right. Okay, that's my first instinct as a game dev. The customer is always right. So, wait, am I not? Maybe I'm misrepresenting what you're saying. On matters of taste, right? That's what they say. Customer is always right on matters of taste. I'll give Maddie Man a chance to explain what they're trying to say. I might be putting words in their mouth. Well, no. Well, this is the thing. I mean, I've been making this game a long time. So for me, when I say I think it needs fast travel, I mean, over the last 8 years of developing this game, it's become clear that it needs fast travel. That's what I really mean. I don't mean like, fast travel seems fun. I think I want to put it in my game. And because I think I need it, therefore I need it. No, it's like I've tried to solve this problem about 7 or 8 different ways. And at this point, fast travel is the most, it's a solution that has a lot of precedent. It's in other games that are similar to this. It's a solution that fits what I'm trying to do in a very straightforward way. It's like, I've not been able to solve this in other ways. I haven't found an obvious workaround. So there's no reason not to explore it at this point. So, I mean, for me, and this is another thing that I think game devs, young game devs, novice game devs get into a lot, and I've certainly been a victim of this. You try to explain everything. So, like, I don't think fast travel needs to be explained to the player. I think it's just the player just needs to be able to select travel to blah, and the game implies that the character did that. You know what I mean? So like the implication in the world lore is that, yeah, you walked there. I just don't need for you to have to walk there. You know what I mean? You're not teleporting. You're just, imagine you went to sleep and someone else did it for you, you know, to get from A to B. And I mean, we could talk about briefly like why I think that's necessary in this game. So very briefly, it's like this. Okay. Insignia's map is, for all intents and purposes, a Metroidvania map. It's not a Metroidvania, but it's close enough. Hey, the True Death Eye. Welcome. Thanks for the sub. Hammond's Innie does it. Exactly. So for all intents and purposes, it's a Metroidvania map. As a Metroidvania, Insignia's map design has a lot of what I would say Chrome. Chrome being like the bits either side of the content. Like if you're using like a browser, the Chrome is the parts of the browser that are the UI and the everything else that's not the content. So like Insignia's level designs, because it's quite a picturesque game, because it's not a strict platformer, and because there's a lot of environment design going on, the bits either side of the important parts of a level are quite fatty. So like this isn't gameplay. This isn't gameplay. This isn't gameplay. This isn't really gameplay. The gameplay happens in like this space and like this space and this space. So like the levels are quite padded. In general, that's just the way that it's come out. And especially Armin as a player character, he doesn't move that quickly. Again, all for design reasons that have to do with other design decisions to do with the combat system and all this kind of stuff. So because the player moves relatively slowly, and because the levels have a lot of padding, to get from A to B, and for a fourth reason, the first chapter of the game starts you on the very left side of the world, and the hub is not very far from that, but the content is on the right side of chapter 1. So anytime you have to move from right to left, there is this internal sense of backtracking, which I can't save you from. I don't want to rewrite the level. I don't want to place Armin's home in the middle of the level, but it's very common in Metroidvanias to put the start of the game in the middle and to sprawl outwards. For all of those reasons and more, the idea of running from here back to home is not a particularly easy thing for me to design around. And it almost always feels like a drag. It's just the way it is. I can't design around that. Specifically this level, for example. This level is a very picturesque. You're running through an open field. You're feeling the wind in your hair. You're seeing the mountain in the background. There's a tutorial here. There's not much content here. But you have to walk past this every single time you want to get to the town. I don't want to make this shorter. And I don't want to add something in the sky that gets you here faster. And I don't want to have an underground section that teleports you there. And I don't want to shrink the world design. I want this here. So if you're out here and you need to get over here, why don't I just let you travel there? Right? Like at a certain point, it's like, so why not just let you travel? Now, there are questions of tension, like, oh, maybe like it'll ruin the difficulty of the game. Okay, you can't teleport everywhere. You can just teleport from specific points, like these abandoned workshops. Okay, workshop here, workshop here, workshop here, done. 3 or 4 in a map. There's still tension. You still can't skip ahead. Okay, easy. So for me, it's like, it makes a lot of sense, especially because as we've added more content, more quest content, walking back and talking to NPCs should be something you're doing more of, not less of, as the game goes on. There's going to be unfinished quests. You're going to be doing a lot more jumping around the map to do stuff. And the map's huge. Insignia is just massive. So it's mentally, I borrow this from Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Like Dark Souls doesn't have teleporting until after Ornstein and Smough, but Dark Souls is a very tense game. Traversing the world is the content, and that's where the difficulty and the enjoyment comes from. And there's gear grind, there are drop rates, there's a lot of reasons. Souls, you're getting content just by moving from A to B. Insignia is not quite like that. So there are fewer incentives to have you run back and forth. And then comparing to Elden Ring, which is a much bigger map than Dark Souls, you have fast travel immediately. So it's like, okay, in this other game that's parallel to what I'm doing, the designers have chosen to include this feature for the same reasons I'm considering this feature. And I don't have any of the reasons to not have the feature that the original game had. So at that point, it becomes pretty straightforward to consider it, if that makes sense. I hope there's like 8 reasons there if you're interested. Like, it's just not important for the story or the anything that the player would have to run all the way back. I mean, even the concept of like laziness, it's like, says who? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Who gets to say what's lazy or good or bad? Or you're just going to play the game that I give you. all I care about is that you have a fun experience. You never played the game. When the game comes out, you'll play it and it'll either have warping, like to fast travel, or it won't. But whether it does or doesn't, you won't care what the alternative was. You won't even think about it. Now I will. Well, you wouldn't have if I didn't just mention it. And I think this is one of those things. I mean, this is where it all comes together. Like, I am making Insignia, and before you know exactly what your game is, you think about it and talk about it in terms of all these other games. I mean, I still do that, but before you have like a game on your hands and you've just got a project, it's very easy to just make decisions because some other game had them, and not really have much to go on critically in terms of like why you would pick one path or another path. But at a certain point, you have enough things that you're forced to do because of decisions you made, that you actually, it becomes much, much harder to Crucible. You start making decisions that are justified based on the fact that of what's in your game, not what's in other games. Like, for me, I had a gear progression system for a long time where you get different swords and upgrade the swords. That's no longer part of the game. At least it's not a major part of the game right now. It's not how I think about progress in the game, because I factored the combat system enough that I found a working game dynamic that was so compelling that it dictated the rest of the game. And that system is not built around power. It's just built around action skill elements. So having a sword that does twice the damage is not what the game's about. It's, have you explored the world to collect this ability to then use against this enemy to get through this blockade, to climb up this wall, whatever. It's like the Metroidvania way of handling progression for Insignia, where it's ability based, is just so much a better fit than the RPG one where you grind for gear, that there's just no reason for me to have a gear grind stat-based crafting system in the game. There is a crafting system, but it's a quest-based crafting system. You're crafting quest items for NPCs. That didn't happen. I wasn't able to arrive at that until I did both of them. I had to try a couple ways before I got to that point. And like, it's very hard to get to the point where you can comfortably say, no, the game needs this, it doesn't need that. This system makes way more sense than that system. It's just, you need experience one way or another. You need to have either shipped like a bunch of games, or you need to have a really, really good idea of what your game is. Well, exploration for her. The tough thing is exploration is it's an exhaustive process. When you explore something, once you've done it, you've done it. You know what I mean? It's like if a player has been somewhere, they've got the thing that they were looking for out of the exploration mechanism or whatever. Like the thing that they came here for, they got it. So backtracking is not exploration. That's the thing that I think is hard as a developer. And it sucks because as a developer, you know, you have these intuitions. You think like, I've played so many games, it should be easy for me to design one. And you just don't know, because of how well games are designed. As a player, you don't know where the pain points are. Maybe you know what the pain points are based on bad games you've played, but you don't know what the pain points that good games avoided for you are. You don't know what kinds of things could have gone wrong. That the developer happened to design cleverly around and save you from. Hey, Shiki. Still a long time. But you can wishlist it. My enemies always respawn. I need them to, because the enemies in my game are puzzle pieces that you use to traverse the level. You need to engage with the enemies. So to take them, they're not just obstacles. They're part of the level design. Why is this not what I'm... Oh no, it is. It is. I just need another one of these. Like here. That's the thing about my game that makes it unique. Or at least what makes it is that the enemies are like a major part of getting around the level. Correct. Yep. This level being the example. You know, if I come over here and I don't take out this hedgehog, I can't cross that gap. Or at least, I can't get the key. So I need the hedgehog to get the key. And then I need this dandelion to help me climb up this. I either need the hedgehog or the dandelion to get across. But if neither of them were there because I beat the level and I deleted the enemies from the scene, I wouldn't be able to get to the chest. So to me, that's what made my game interesting. Until I had that point, the enemies were just things in the level that you could attack, and there would be no reason. You could just run away from them. Like that snake. Let's just say I don't want to fight the snake. Okay, great. But now how do I get up here? I can't. Now I have to go fight the snake. It became a puzzle piece to get through the level. off the edge. It's important. It's important to play it every now and again. Actually, I did need to come here because I want to test this. Excuse me? Oh, it's not in the build. Hang on. I don't use Cinemachine, so I can't tell you if it's good. Cool. Nice. Okay. So now I have something that works again. That was relatively quick, to be honest with you. Of all the things that could have slowed us down there. Zone camera there, camera there, camera there. Why did, when we walked into the level, why did it put us... is that just like the edge of the scrolling bounce? Ah, that would be it. Nice. Okay, cool. Is it time for an Elden Ring speedrun? If I did an Elden Ring speedrun this weekend, it would be a one-day speedrun, because I can now finish that game. As of like a few months ago, I can finish Elden Ring in something like 8 hours with the DLC included. I can beat Promised Consort Radahn in 8 hours. That's like one stream now. Pre-nerf. Yes. Pre-nerf Consort Radahn down 8 hours. I use the deflecting hard tier, and I use the anvil hammer. That's my go-to build. The anvil hammer with the deflecting hard tier is so busted that you can just stand there, tank 3 hits in a row, and then wallop him back and like stagger him in like 2 hits. And you can just rinse and repeat that. I actually have not played the DLC without deflecting hard tier. It's just too good. But it does include Melania. I do beat Melania. Not post DLC. Like I beat Melania and then I start the DLC. So I do still play the base game properly. Hey Vampire, thank you so much. Yeah, so what I do when I play Elden Ring is something like this. Drop into Limgrave, immediately run around and get like a couple of the items that I need. Bust straight through Stormvale, I go past it. I run all the way to Leonia. I get some armor and some weapons. I kill some enemies that are going to give me like a bunch of runes very early, and I pick up some runes from the graves and stuff. I run through the mines of a couple of places, pick up really, really good smithing stones, so that I have like a very decent early game weapon. Usually I'll go for the club. I'll just go for I'm naked with a club at this point at like 12 minutes into the game or like half an hour into the game. But you can get all the way to Altus Plateau. No, I don't cheese the dragon. I don't do that. I don't need to do that. So you can get all the way to Altus Plateau if you just hit the snake, the lava lizard, the magma lizard. You just have to upgrade the club a little bit, and then you can he's really easy to just cycle, stagger. Now you can get all the way to basically the what's it called? The freaking malformed dragon sentinel, draconic tree sentinel. You can fight the draconic tree sentinel. Also with the club. Also, there's like mines on the way there. So like you basically just hit all of the major mines to get the smithing stones required to get to like a level, whatever club. You will level up incredibly quickly, skipping most of the content. And killing the draconic tree sentinel is like 50k runes just on its own. I think it's 90. It might be 90k runes to get from like level 0 to like level 50. I think it's like barely 90k runes or something stupid like that. So like there are just certain points where you can power spike so easily that then once you've done that, you can backtrack and then go fight man, I'm forgetting all the names. Godfrey? The Grafted? You can fight the Grafted one. It's been a while. Immediately, just go back and kill him. It's done. Then you go and fight Renala, Godric. Then you go fight Renala. She's easy. You could bonk her, no problem. Bonk. And then you can go fight Radahn. Then you can go fight... and actually you can't get into the capital until you've beaten 2 of them. So you have to beat Renala and Godric at least. But then you can also go, I go and kill what's his name? Snake Man. Praetor Rykard. I go kill Rykard next because again, it's a meme weapon. You can do it. I do a little. I think I've done the skip once. Yeah, my current build is to go through Leonia, teleport to the lava lake, and then drop down onto the lava and go fight a Godskin noble in the church, and then go straight to Rykard, beat Rykard. Now you've beaten 1, 2, 3 great remembrances, 4 great remembrances. You can again smash straight through to Godfrey now because he's not that hard, and you're probably at like level 80 something now, I guess. Make your way to the giants. I go at some point in that process, I've got the medallions. So then I'll go fight Nile. And then I will rush to the fire giant, kill him. At 4 hours, fire giant's down. No problem. Then I'll go Azula. The Godskin duo can be tough. At that point, if I found a good weapon that's better, like in the past, I've done great swords and stuff. it just depends on whether or not you're going to go for a somber scaling weapon or a normal scaling weapon. If you're going to go for somber in the DLC, then you can just max out whatever. It's no problem. So I'll just keep the club, or I'll transition off to something like that. But I don't use sleep pots. That's the other thing. So I'll fight the Godskin duo myself. Then it's Death. What's his name? Man, it's been a couple of months. Malekith. Malekith is tough as well, because at this point I'm like level 90 something, level 100 maybe. Malekith's death stuff is not great. So sometimes I will skip Malekith by going instead to the other side of mountaintops. I'll use the secret medallion and go fight Mog first. I'll go all the way over and fight Mog, because to me he's easier than Malekith. So fight Mog, then I'll go fight Loretta, I think that's her name, in the tree, and then I'll fight Malekith, and then Godfrey, and then Elden Beast, and then Melania, and then I'll do the DLC. And that's like, at that point, it's like 6.5 hours. So then, when you enter the DLC, well, Loretta's a fun name. You start the DLC, go straight to... Sometimes I'll skip the dancing lion. I don't really care about that fight. I go straight to Relana, I think. Actually, no, I just go pick up Scadu fragments for like the first 20 minutes. So I go get a bunch of fragments. Actually, maybe I do. Yeah. I don't know if I fight the dancing lion. Get a bunch of Scadu fragments. Go fight Relana first. Oh, obviously get deflecting hard tier from the fire giant thing, the fire golem. Then from Relana, I go to the castle. I fight the hippo, or I skip the hippo, depending on which way I want to go. Again, grab as many Scadu fragments as I can. Then I go fight... I mean, you could just go fight... what's his face? Mesmer. And then go fight... like literally just speed run straight to Promised Consort if you want from there. You got to fight... what's her face in the meantime? Rose... what's her name? Pink butterfly scorpion lady. You fight her. And then you can go straight for Promised Consort after fighting the NPCs. Romina. Oh, I also get the braid. I get the golden braid, which means... Oh, yeah. I kill General, what's his face? I kill him on the boar. Oh, but I should mention, the first thing I do when I get here is get the anvil hammer. That's the thing I do. I get deflecting hard tier, I get a bunch of Scadu fragments, and I go straight into this little thing here, and I get the hammer from the dungeon. Not Niall. General, what's his name? Commander Gaius. Gaius, if you have deflecting hard tier, is such a fun fight. Oh, it's so fun. I hated that fight the first time. With deflecting hard tier, it's like, it feels really... It feels like the rhythm game that Elden Ring has always wanted to be. And And then you can go fight Promised Consort at like Scadu level 12. And you get like level 150. I know it's Shadu, but Scadu sounds better. And I've done that in like 8 hours, 9 minutes. That's my best. So, not bad. All right, there needs to be a door here and here, which I didn't do. I actually did have a door here that I took away at one point. That's the one. Oh, prefabs. They're so good, man. When you know what you're doing in Unity, it's just like, I need to like get over the trauma of how long it used to take me to do these kinds of reworks. It used to be agonizing. It used to be absolutely difficult. Just. It's so much easier now. And I forget that it's easier. I like roll my eyes. I think, oh, this is going to take me hours. And it's like, well, maybe if I'm chatting with chat, but like, not really. It's not going to take that long. All right. So the idea here is that this thing requires Leopold responding to the thing. I am going to have to do something funky with this to make this work. I'll skip it for now. Rush says, how do you handle your parallax background for multiple backgrounds? Check this out. See that? They're actually placed in the Z depth of the level. And I use the Z depth, the floating point number of the Z on the transform. I use this value to determine how the parallax scrolling should work. So it is an orthographic camera. It's flat, but because I've placed them further back in the scene, I use that as like a relative parallax value to determine how they work. And they're all just individual layers that just move at their own parallax speed. So 100 is the horizon. Things at level 100 away, this is 94, don't move at all on camera. They're just perfectly in place all the time. And then every half of that, so like from 100 to 50, things that are 50 away move half as fast as the camera. Things at 0 move exactly with the camera. Or, sorry, look as if they don't have any parallaxing. So it's like no parallax, half of that, 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 all the way to 100, which is infinitely far away. So then you get, you know, that. I have a video on it. Yeah, I do. This guy's face is too big. I like a lot about what's going on with him, but it's a little bit, so much of it's right, but the eyes and the hood is wrong. I also need a portrait for for Hugo. Oh, I hate when that happens. Okay, let's grab Armin's portrait. Yeah, so it needs to be like back here. And then the unfortunate thing is that, yeah, his hood is not going to be right. So maybe we could just try. Could even make it smaller, his head. Something's still not quite right about him. What happened there? That's not right. This? No. Okay. Oh, the cloak's not quite right. going on here. Not sure I like that. Originally I wanted them to look like crazed, and so that's why they look like they do now, but I don't think it serves me for them to look like that anymore. There are too many of them have speaking lines. They can't all be like that. Oops. Bonjour. My page? Quelle page? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I know the page means page in French, but I don't know what page means in this context. Oh, canvas. Oh, that makes sense. Canvas. Saved. Normally 640 by 360. For the game. But for characters, different. For character, like in this case, like 128 by 128. For sprites, like 64 by 64. Depends. Ça dépend. Well, he's a Hund. He's a Hunden. That's what they're called in this game. That's just the name of the race. It's not an accident, though, obviously. Yeah, it's a Germanic thing. There's a lot of influence in the game. Like the town in the game is called Orenstead. The capital city is called Orgagard. I mean, none of the characters are German. It's a fantasy world, but you know, you can pick up on the references. But it's not all German referenced. It's just that chapter 1 is based on Western Europe. Well, chapter 1 is based on Northwestern Europe. Chapter 2 is based on Western Europe. So there's a bunch of French named things in chapter 2. Or French sounding. Like Cheverton is the name of the town, the capital of the second region. There's a lord named Gallier. And Anton. Bunch of characters with Frenchy names. And the way that I've done it is every region has a different name, but the names are based on, they have like English suffixes and different languages prefixes. So the first chapter, it's German prefixes, English suffix. So Orenstead. Stead is like homestead. It's an English suffix for like a place where there's a farm. But Oren are like ears in German. And then Cheverton, it's like town. Ton is town in English. But Chever is like cheveux, which is like hair. And it's a forest area, so it makes sense. And then there's a region called Nassau that comes next. And Nassau is like nose. And that's kind of more like Spanish inspired or like Romani. Horses are cheval. Cheval. And then the fourth region is more like Slovenian. It's like how I've based the naming conventions off. So like that's called the town there is called Usterwik. So like Wick is like just English for, I guess, like a coastal kind of like water place is Wick in English, Wicke. But Usta is, I think it's mouth in like Slovenian. When will the demo be out? I'm not sure whether I'm going to release it publicly just yet. So I don't have a release date for it, but I'll be sending it to friends and family. Or if you want to do internal testing, you can help me out with it this week, actually. I'm looking to put the alpha in people's... I want feedback on it soon. So what I'm working on right now, you might be able to play it this week if you want. But in terms of like released as a demo for public release, I'm not sure yet. It's not great. I can't seem to get this right. I mean, I could try to... The thing is, he's just so much bigger than this. So like I'm running out of space to draw him the way that I want him to be drawn, because like his neck and shoulders, and he's so much broader than the canvas gives him the space to be drawn in. What I could do is shift him forward and then move the pivot point of the sprite. It's not great. That's better. It depends on the sprite. Will the demo be out for Mac as well? Not sure yet. It's possible. I don't currently have a Mac that I can build on, so I can't test it on Mac, which means I can't really distribute it on Mac, but in the past I have previous demos. So I wouldn't say expect it, but it's not out of the question. It wouldn't take a lot of work. Let's leave it like this for now. I'll just move on. The red is very bright, but that red seems different from this red. Is that just my brain not perceiving colors the same? I think so. I think I'll just use more of this color. Um, There's just something about it. It doesn't quite work, and I'm not really sure what it is, other than maybe this being too... Maybe. I think I just have to cut this off here and just let your imagination fill in the blanks. All right, let's just say it's that for now. Otherwise, I'll be here all day. Hey, Stuff Creates, welcome. So now I just need to shift his pivot. Custom 0.75, 0.5. That might be too much. See ya, Lily. How's Dev treating me? It's treating me. Wow, still wrong. Okay, well, not a pivot issue maybe. I think because it's actually got nothing to do with the pivots if it's a canvas item. So this is called a, what's the word? Floating dialogue. And the floating dialogue system that I've got here has our text and our portrait, and the portrait's just sitting where it sits. Hey Magnus, thank you so much for the sub, welcome. So this needs to be offset even further back, which I don't mind. If I set native size or set, I can't like, I wonder if I can shift the pivot of this so that it works. No, I use a pen for drawing. I use this with this. Okay. Can I hope to handle portraits bigger than this value? Basically, the only thing I can do here to go back to the way it was is look at Armin's portrait and not go beyond where his hair goes, which puts us here, which I don't love because obviously it crops out a bunch of it. If I scale him, which I don't really want to do, then I'm sure I could shrink it down and get it to like, you know, there. Maybe there. I can also like, you can sort of do a thing where you sort of take certain bits and you shrink them in, which doesn't always work, but it'll make the features bigger relative to the whole thing. but well, I'm just not happy with it right now. And I need these to be consistent. So let's take the eye, cut it, shrink the whole thing to the size we want, bring it all the way back to there, and then paste the eye back in. And then we can shrink it accordingly. Not great. Do I even need the brows? Huh. Maybe I do. All right. We're good. We're done. We're gone. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now we need Hugo's portrait. Do I work also full-time on another project? This is it. This is the big one. XYH says, hey Adam, seeing you every day working on your game is very motivating for me. I recently picked up my game dev project once again, even though it's hard to find time when working full-time, but I'm making good progress once again. Thank you for watching. Enjoy. Okay, so he looks fine. We'll come back to him another time. It's all good. I might just go doop, doop. There we go. Perfect. Now we need Hugo portraits. I think I have a Hugo portraits too, somewhere in the game. I guess not. I could have sworn I redrew these, but I guess not. Oh, wow. Interesting. Man, this face, oh, it's kind of haunting. This is the face of a guy that was like a sort of a friend, sort of a not good friend that I had when I was growing up. I just saw him. Wow. Okay. He passed away this year. Do you think you'll be in void after you finish this game? Do you mean like, will I feel empty? Is that what you mean? He was kind of mentally ill, and he was not in a safe space in his life, and he ran out into traffic in a state of mania. And he was in an accident, and by the time paramedics came, they couldn't revive him, as far as I know. Pretty terrible stuff, to be honest. I was not in contact with this person for a long time, but they were someone who was consistently in my life through childhood. They were my friend when I was a kid. Okay, let's make this work. What I like to do sometimes is take this, put this here so that I have something to compare against, and then I can make this more transparent and not worry about it too much. Yeah. It was kind of, I mean, not just kind of, it was very sad. Like, this person, pretty much my whole life was just like, always in trouble. You know, some people, I don't know if you know anybody like this, but like, they just don't seem to be able to catch a break. They're just always doing something wrong. And it's always obviously wrong what they're doing, but they don't see it that way. You know, they kind of go on this destructive path where like they always feel like they're the victim. They never understand why they're in trouble, but they always are in trouble. They're just always doing something that's just like, why are you doing that? Why did you choose to do that? That was just such a bad choice, you know? And there's no reason for you to be this way. Like, you can just be not destructive and you'll be fine. But they kind of can't help it. They just make bad choices. That's who this person was. But I've given them like a pompadour now, haven't I? It's almost harder to draw this way than just if I'd started from scratch. It's like, what am I looking at? What are these? Yeah, I haven't really grieved this person. Maybe I will one day, but I don't know. Sometimes you just... I don't know. It's like it almost feels like it would be pointless. Looks like you. Well, not intentionally. I don't know what you look like. Now, let's get this working the way that I want it to. Yeah, so pixel perfect, if you draw a line, see this? If I turn it on and I draw the same line, it never doubles up these corners. That's the difference. So if you want it to be exactly 1 pixel all the way around, as you pass through the diagonal, it turns off that corner. And that's why I don't use it, because I like to paint in my pixels. Some people swear by it. If you're doing very like digital, kind of like very specifically like placing pixels, it can be great. He looks like John Hamm. I've been watching a lot of Mad Men recently. Maybe I'm copying something. It doesn't quite work the same way with him. But I'll figure it out. I like the idea of kind of using elements, cross elements between them. I think that's cool. I think the eyes are too big right now for his face. But if I shrink them, I think everything will work out. So I'm going to try doing... Because Armin is like cute. You know, he's supposed to look cute. This guy is not supposed to look cute. He's also taller than Armin, so maybe we'll have him looking down. Have I played The Legend of Zelda? Absolutely. Which one? Do you mean the whole series? I've played, if you have an Android device, I actually have a game called Arrowbound on Android right now. You can play. I released it back in 2020. If you want me to like list the Zelda games that I've played, okay. I've played most of the first Zelda, like The Legend of Zelda. I've played the first, I don't know, few hours of Zelda 2. I've played a fair chunk. I've gotten to like halfway, 3/4 of the way through A Link to the Past. I have finished Ocarina of Time. I have finished... I haven't finished Wind Waker, but I've played a lot of it. I've basically finished Majora's Mask. I think I've finished it once before. I have finished Twilight Princess many times. I've finished Skyward Sword. I've finished Breath of the Wild. I've finished Tears of the Kingdom. I have played Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass. I have not played Oracle of Ages or Seasons. I have finished Link's Awakening. Echoes of Wisdom, I kind of helped my wife play that last year. I didn't really like play it though. Like I sort of did the boss fights. But like I know the game. Like I might as well have played it, but I didn't really like play it. I sort of let her do it. How much C# do I do? Tons. Like like hundreds of thousands of lines of C# on this project. Lots of C#. Like DI and stuff, like dependency injection. Isn't dependency injection literally just passing parameters into functions? Or is it yeah, like isn't that all it is? Or is it like passing the object that will be modified into the function as a parameter? Like, I don't do the JavaScript thing where I say, like, if you want to modify some, say you have some vector where you pass it into a multiply function in order to multiply it. That's like, I don't know, it's a different paradigm to how I typically like to do my programming. I'm sort of coming from like a Java mindset, very object oriented, where like if I want to do something to something, I make the thing a property of the thing, whether it's like, if I'm doing UI code or something. Like I'm going to pass something and I'm going to get something back. But like this is a property of the menu. What's another example? Oh yeah, like this thing. There's a function that I use on accessory listable that changes its properties, but I don't mutate it by passing, like it's because it's a reference type. I can just change the property on the thing. Accessory listable dot image, image dot color equals blah. I don't have to like return another accessory listable that's been mutated or modified. I'm not really like an industry programmer. Like I don't really know, and I didn't do computer science. So like there are what's the word? Patterns and paradigms that I think if you're working in like front end or back end web dev or back end web dev or anything to do with databases, like you're going to be using features and patterns that like I just don't have any reason to engage with. For me, I'm mostly doing like gameplay programming and UI programming in my game. So I'm not doing a lot of data manipulation, or like the paradigms are pretty set up for like in Unity, like just like the way that you do things is kind of like there's a set way, and it's kind of been like that for me since like any coding I've ever done has sort of naturally fallen into this one pattern where, you define classes and objects, and the functions of an object modify the properties on the object, and, you create collections of objects. Am I self-taught in everything that I do? No. I mean, I learned some programming at university. I just didn't take a computer science degree. Like I did some art in high school. I just didn't learn pixel art. You know what I mean? So like self-taught doesn't feel like an accurate way to describe it. Because it's like, well, I learned all these things from school. I just didn't learn them the exact way that I'm using them. Yeah, I like to think I'm pretty flexible. Like I don't think it would be difficult for me to pivot into like a completely different paradigm. I just find like if I'm doing something that works, like why would I muck with it? Have I played Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown? No, I haven't. Like the only time I think I would actively be interested in learning a new paradigm would be like data oriented design stuff for like very, very heavy procedural systems. That would be like the one use case where I would try to rethink the way that I make stuff in my game. If I was like, okay, I need 1 million, tiles in this game, and I need to modify all of the tiles every frame. Well, you've just got tables of everything. What do we keep talking about Black Sea noses. What does that even mean? It doesn't seem like anything that Google understands. Do you mean like people from Russia? Or like the like Slavic features? Yeah, but that was like hooked. He doesn't have a hook nose. Anyway. I think I might change it up anyway. There's something very like Sonic the Hedgehog about him. I don't know what it is. Can you tell? You know what I mean? Does anyone understand what I'm talking about? Is something weirdly miles per hour, kind of Shadow the Hedgehog about him. Maybe it's the mouth. Haven't quite got where I wanted out of him. Like, look at that. Yeah. Well, I wanted him a little bit more. I wanted all of the characters to have cleaner faces, simpler faces. I just thought it would be a better sort of style for the game in general if they were a bit more exaggerated and simplified. I had them it's quite grainy, you know, the way that I used to have it. Whereas these are a bit closer to like something anime. And I mean, we could bring his eyes a bit further apart again. Well, that's pretty good right there, actually. Or maybe we do... That's pretty good. No, there's no distortion. Yeah, I made him a little bit more, what's the word? I changed him specifically to be more, I guess the word would be like conscientious. Like before he looked like a bad kid, like a kid from the wrong side of the tracks kind of thing. But what I really want him to look like is someone who's like, who has been accustomed and who is now kind of fixated on control and order and having things that are owed to them. Like he's very, what's the word, like merit focused, this guy. He believes that like he has worked hard and he deserves the opportunities that, he thinks are owed to him. And Armin does not work hard, and therefore Armin does not deserve his opportunities. And he hates Armin because of Armin's privileges, as in his eyes. Because this guy has been kind of, what's the word? Brought up in an environment where competency is like the only thing that really matters. Being good at what you do is the only thing that matters. So having him be rough didn't really work. Because I want him to be the kid whose father, it's almost like in like American movies, there's often like a kid who's like the son of the kid who's like decided that he wants to be mayor one day. He like wants to be a politician or something. Or his dad is really, really important. And so he thinks that he needs to be important. To like live up to his dad's whatever. But this kid's a bit different. This guy, he's got like a chip on his shoulder because his dad's not important. He's supposed to be like 20. Like a year older than Armin. Armin's like 18, 19. But like mature for his age in terms of physical characteristics. He's like quite masculine. He's like the kind of guy who would work out not because he enjoys it, but because he thinks that like it's the right thing to do. He like force himself to work out. Like he does a lot of things that he hates. Just accepts that like pain is just something that has to be constantly endured. And then if you're not suffering, you're like lazy. Do you know anybody like that? Discipline. That's the word. This character has been disciplined. A lot. That's looking pretty good. I want to DI. Why not? Do you not have a reason? I guess the better question would be, why do you want to? What is it that you're trying to do? Engineering isn't really about like doing things, unless it's like your homework. You know what I mean? It's like not for the sake of it. It's about like having a good reason to do something and then doing that. Like discovering what the thing is that your project needs, what's the best tool for the job, and then using the tool, you know? I mean, maybe for some people, learning all of the different kinds of tools is a hobby you could probably enjoy. But for me, I guess like that's why I'm not really an engineer like at heart. I love engineering, but it's not like I don't think of myself as Adam the engineer. I think of myself as Adam the game developer who enjoys the task of engineering sometimes. It's a means to an end for me. So like if you ask, do I like a dependency injection? It's like, well, does the thing that I need require me to know how to use and use dependency injection? And it's like, well, if that's not the tool that I need right now, like, well, what does it matter? It's like the difference between people who go traveling and they learn a language while they're away versus people who learn a language and then go travel to use the language they learned. You know what I mean? Thanks for the follow. Walespian. Wal. I think I mostly got out of this guy what I wanted now. I think I'm pretty much there. Took me a while. Took me ages. Hey, Robert, that's a great question, and I'm very glad that you asked it. So, Robert says that they suffer from perfectionism and that it burns them out because they're always trying to reach for perfect from the start. All right, Rob, let me give you my little thing on that. I think that it's pretty natural to want to do a good job. But I think it's really also important to know the difference between being ambitious and being practical when it comes to, you know, things that you're working on, projects that you pick, things that you make. I personally, and I don't know about you, so I'm just going to speak on my behalf, I love to tinker with things. I love getting things right and making them perfect. However, that, I guess, fascination with sharpening, you know, the diamond or whatever, polishing the diamond, enjoying that is not always, well, that, what's the word? That skill or that interest isn't always what a project needs, right? Like, it's like, what does my thing that I'm working on right now need from me? What skill do I need to exhibit in order to like finish the thing that I'm working on? I think it's really important at the top of a project, at the start, to ask yourself what you want out of it. Because there are lots of hobbies you can take that reward that skill. You know, just getting it perfect. Pixel art's one of them. You know, just sharpening and sharpening and sharpening and getting better and better and better and cleaner and cleaner and cleaner until you literally cannot add any more polish to the thing because it's perfect. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's great. It'll make you a good pixel artist if you like that. But games, unfortunately, are typically so complex. There's so many things to learn how to do and tasks in different domains. You've got music and you've got sound effects and you've got animation and character design, environments and stories and whatever, mechanics and optimizing and level design and all that stuff, right? Where it's like, well, if you spend all day trying to get everything perfect, you're just going to get to a point where you emotionally are drained from trying so hard and not getting anywhere. But I think that the real problem here is in expectations versus reality. I think that's kind of like where things start to go wrong. Because I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with being a perfectionist. I really don't. I think it's fine to enjoy doing something until it's perfect. Nothing wrong with that. The problem comes in if you expect something out of it. If you expect your perfectionism to lead you to finished and it's not designed to get you there, well then maybe you need a different skill. So I think it's really, really, really important to make that distinction and understand when you're engaging in a task, which muscle you're trying to, which tool you're using for this job. And is that the tool that the job is asking you to use? Is this, like me right now, I could ask myself, should I be polishing this right now? Is perfectionism the thing that this guy that I'm working on needs? Does he need me to get it perfect? Or is this a task where I can just get away with good enough and come back later and finish it? What's my expectation for the day? Am I expecting to finish my day, finish my day and walk away from the computer and think that I finished this? Because if finishing is the thing I care about, or like getting the cutscene that this character is in, if getting the cutscene done is my priority, well, I'm not going to get it done because it's 5:50. So like, I'm going to feel disappointed at the end of the day, even though I did everything right. I didn't do any tasks wrong, but I'm going to feel disappointed because I had this thing in mind that I would finish the cutscene, and instead I spent time working on a portrait. Again, didn't do anything wrong by working on the portrait. I just expected something different of my time. I think that's really important to be conscious of that, of what you think you're going to get out of your time when you use a specific tool, in this case, your perfectionism, to get through a task or to engage in a task. Make sense? It's just about intent. It's just about being conscious of like, what am I doing right now? And am I going to get what I want out of this? And sometimes, like when things aren't going right and you're using all of your tools to the best of your ability, that's when you got to start asking introspective questions. Like, do I have the skills for this project? Do I need to learn new skills for this project? Am I operating on knowledge that's false or just like willfully ambitious for no reason? Like, is there maybe a more efficient way to go about this and I'm just too stubborn to learn it? Or am I just doing what I want to do? This is just my hobby, right? I don't need it to be anything. I can just do what makes me happy, and that's fine. As long as you decide what you're doing. If you sign off on it and then you just do that, nothing wrong with that. That's great. But you have to sign off on it. You have to be conscious of knowing where your time's going and what your emotional expectations out of it are. Because if you don't, then you're just relegating the results to luck of the draw. You're just going to get out something. You might finish the thing you were supposed to work on, or you might not. And if you don't, is it really fair to get upset about it if you didn't really put a lot of thought into it to begin with? For me, I struggle with that every single day. That's why the answer was so good, because I literally struggle with this all the time, constantly. Like, it's okay to set high expectations. Or to set high goals. It's great to be a perfectionist. Not many people can sit down and apply themselves and not get bored, That's great. But just be careful about how long you think it's going to take and whether or not you're okay with the outcome. Because for me, I'm sitting here on an 8-year project. Am I okay with that? As long as I'm okay with it, then it's fine. But if I'm not okay with it, then I got to pick a different project, or I got to change how I interact with my project. You got to start making critical decisions about okay, practically speaking, if this isn't going where I want it to go, what's my recourse? What other moves can I make? If it's not working out. And then, if you're me, you end up in a different, today, I spent some time at lunch talking to my brother about a different problem that I have, that I don't know how many people have this problem, but it's constantly being concerned about course correction. I am always having to think about my options and if I'm taking the right options and what happens if the options aren't working out, and is it time to pick a new option? Are my expectations okay? Am I picking the right? There's a point where you can question too much. But I think the distinction between one and the other really just comes down to understanding whether or not you deserve to have confidence in the thing. And the answer to that question being something that you can actually answer. Sometimes, where I'm at with Insignia, with all this stuff, it's actually at the point where it's I don't know what it would require for me to have confidence, for me to have earned confidence. I don't know what that looks like. And honestly, neither does anybody else. So I can kind of like have the confidence and trust myself and just walk the path because I'm probably just going to do what I'm going to do anyway. Or I can spend all my time worrying about it, in which case I just receive a net nerf just all the time. I'm just always nerfed because I'm always worrying about whether or not I deserve to feel good. So it's like, well, I don't want to live my life that way. So because even if I try really, really hard to get informed about whether or not I should feel good about my skills and whether or not I know how to do what I'm doing, even if I spend all my time asking other people about, am I doing a good job? Do you guys think I'm doing well? It's like, no one's going to be able to answer that question properly for me at this point. As a beginner, maybe they would have been easier to answer that question for somebody else to answer it. Other experts in the field. And it's something that I am doing. I'm actively engaging in talking to people who are further along in their career than me about where I'm at in my career to try to balance out that perfectionism or whatever, my internal biases. All right. Question. How could I encourage artists to help me with the game and not just make what they enjoy? Here's the best answer. Best answer you're going to get. Are you sure that it's not possible for your project to shape itself into one that artists want to enjoy working on? Or otherwise, what if you could find an artist who wanted to work on the art that you want them to work on? Rather than trying to convince them to work on what you want them to work on, why don't you just let them make it their own? Otherwise, like you're going to get into, if you can't let artists involve themselves creatively in your project, if that's not something that you have the scope to do for them, because maybe like you're in a position where you don't want them to work on it because you've got your own ideas about what you want them to make, and you'll know what it looks like when it's good enough, and you just want to pay them to do the work. At that point, what you're describing is contract work. And there are lots of people who are happy to do contract work for you, but they cost more money. It's more expensive to do it that way. Like I'm doing it that way. I have a composer and I pay them per track. I pay them to compose the tracks. And I like what they do, so I give them a lot of freedom. But ultimately it's my call, what they make. I say, make this. And they give it their best shot, and I say, that's not what I want. Do this instead. Or that sounds great, that looks great, give it up. But I think you've got to be quite prepared. You've got to be able to communicate with your creatives at that point. Like now you enter the space of like a director. And if you're just a client, where it's like, make me art that looks like this game. And you don't know how to direct, you don't know what you want until you're seeing it, then you might not be a very good client, if you find yourself in that position. So it depends. You got to decide, am I looking for teammates? Am I looking for contractors? Am I looking for, like, what is it? Perfect. I think I want to do more with him. Rough him up a little bit more later. But for now, I think that's going to serve the job. Cool. Well, now I can go back to all the other parts in the game where Hugo exists, and I can re-enable his dialogue portraits. Oh, it's already up. Oh, cool. Well, that's good. Did he survive the flip test though? Not quite. Oh, wow. Ben Affleck all of a sudden. Nice. Oh, are you hearing? I'm like wondering if you could. Oh man, that was so weird. That was freaking me out. I'm like, man, this really sounds a lot like my game. Jesus. I'm like, why does it sound? Why does it strangely sound like my game's music is playing? And I don't really like what I'm hearing in this. Sorry, pals. All right, that looks good. Now, I think I did something wrong here, where I must have removed. Yeah. I want to ask a lot of questions, but I don't want to sound dumb. Well, asking questions is probably the thing that dumb people should be doing. So don't feel dumb. Do you use any of the... do any of you use Aseprite on Linux? I'm having this weird behavior. Like if I draw a line 5 pixels in length, it only draws like 2 or 3 pixels. Have you got Pixel Perfect turned on? Because it'll do that. All right, I have a meeting. That I need to get to in 1 hour. I don't know where my wife is, but she's supposed to come home and have dinner with me soon. Oh. Okay. Let's give him some emotions, maybe, since we're here. It's such a, like, the most obvious mean face. Can you explain how your game's engine is different from something that I could use to create with .NET tools? It's all just UI and backend, right? So you're asking, like, what is a game engine? Like, what do they offer outside of just a bunch of libraries on things like physics and stuff? Well, you can, I mean, if it's Turing complete, you can build anything in it, right? But specifically, you've got the language and the framework. Then you've got the libraries of the engine. That's the physics engine, the physics library, the maths library, the graphics libraries, and all that stuff. You got all the different, I guess, UI features and stuff like that are just scripts. They're all just scripts anyway. That's the like engine scripting backend or whatever. The render pipelines and the input features and the the timekeeping stuff. That's all libraries, and you can like spin up a C++, runtime environment or whatever, and or not runtime environment, like a project, and just download a bunch of libraries, and then like, is that Unreal Engine? Like you can do that, but then there's the tooling, the actual like user interfaces and projects, the project files that go around building content for games. So like a scene editor, if your game doesn't need a scene editor, then fine. But like everything in this level is like, you could think of this as just like a bunch of spawn positions for assets. If you want to, that's fine. But it's also a container. Everything here are like containers for like serialized data. So like, how do you define all of the data for your game? All the databases? How do you relate the databases? How do you serialize them to the scenes where they're going to take place in? Like to say that I've got an object here and it's got a transform here and it's got a collider that's exactly here and there's a script on it that's there, and all of that stuff. If you were to do that without an engine, you would have to create your own scene editor anyway, which is doable. You can do that. It's just super cumbersome. It just takes a long time. Like I've got this material that sits on this sprite, on this texture, right? Or on this sprite that has a texture. And the material, reacts this way. Like there's a bunch of stuff you have to do. And then there's this, like we were talking about earlier, the sequencing system. So like you can have cutscenes in your game. How do you determine the cutscene data in your game? If you don't have an engine with an editor, you're going to have to encode this. You script it. And people do that. People like, if you think about like Pokemon Blue and Red, those games have cutscenes. There's no way they had a cutscene editor. Instead, they had like a linear data file where they went, this character says this, then this character walks down 5 steps, then this character says this, and then a battle starts. That's how they would have done it back then. Just like instructions. But this game is like, games today are pretty complicated, any like big game. Something like Balatro, you can make without an engine, right? Because all Balatro is like, okay, I've got my UI. That's all. The level design of Balatro might as well. I mean, it is the UI design. So when I have like a, whatever, something like this, it's like, oh, I could just like map out where the assets go here and then just render the frame, and then I define what one card is, and then I spawn 5 cards. It's all procedural. If your whole game is just procedural, like Minecraft does not have a level editor because you don't edit levels in Minecraft. Well, you can, but the original Minecraft, it just has seeds and it just randomly places things based on the seeds. Right, so yeah, it's possible to not have an engine like this, but if your game has any kind of sequencing and story, you're probably gonna want one. I mean, there's a reason they exist. Game done yet? Yep, finished. We're on to Insignia 2 now. You missed it. What is that? No. I'm trying to do the expression while I'm working on it. I always do that. It's just baked in. Oh, no worries. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Where is my wife? 6:30. It's a little bit screwed up, I think, his face now. I might back it off a little. I think it's too much detail. Make it more gridded. Maybe back off on the eyes just a little bit. I think they're a little too light. I mean, too dark at the moment. It almost looks like he's got eye makeup on. Cool. Okay. Now I wonder if the old cutscenes have those expressions baked in. Okay. Nope. Oh yeah, because these are all the same. There we go. Hello.
I'm finishing soon.
Soon?
Can I heat up now?
Yes.
I'm really hungry.
Go for it. He looks baked in that preview. Willikers, what's going on, bud? What's the problem? What's the issue? C-Sharp's pretty good. Let's be real. Of all the languages that you could have picked, I wouldn't complain about C-Sharp. No, it's not. It's a custom script that I created. All right. I'm making my game in Unity. I was going to do one other thing today. I don't have time for it. Maybe if I go really quickly. We're going to test out Luca. He did some level design for the Athenium as a bit of a favor. For this level. So, what's different? It's broken. Wait, actually? I don't know. Let's just ignore it. Okay, cool. Patreon's better than Twitch subs. Twitch subs, I get like less than half. But Patreon patronages, I get like all of it pretty much. Hey, Null Pointer, how's it going? Yeah, that's pretty good. What? Where are we headed, boys? Oh, nice. Thank you. Oh. Luca did a good job on this. This is cool. It's a bit of a scary drop. Oh, it didn't matter. Okay. That was quite good. That was quite good, I thought. And then what happens if we do this? It just lets us back out of here. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. And there's space here for different bits and pieces that I would add. I wanted to add like some murals and some character interaction. This is great. How my attack combo code works? No, not really. It's a bit complicated. I mean, I can describe it to you. But I'm not going to be able to like show you. It's not like one. Well, actually, that script, there is a simple combo script. I can explain that, but it's not the whole sword behavior. Like, I'm not going to show you how every single different attack gets, what's the word? I'm not going to be able to show you how every single attack gets invoked because there's input checking for up, down, left, right. There's buffers. There's all kinds of stuff that can affect like the combat system. So like, you know, you got up and down and back and forward and air attacks and directional air attacks and grounded attacks, and you've got dodge rolls and all that stuff. But if you just want the combo, it's just this. So all you really have is just like an array of attacks, and then you have an index for what the current attack is. And then if the input, if you've pressed the attack button and you're not locked into the animation, then just this try spend energy attack basically says, am I allowed to do this attack? If yes, do it. And then here's the attack. It just says, if we've ended the combo, reset back to the start, so it loops. And then it's just play the attack at the current combo index. That's all it is. And then this is just like auxiliary stuff. Hey, VexFX. Well, there is a buffer. That's for the attack button. And then it's just, you're just looping through an array of animations. That's the attack combo. So it's literally one. And then if it ends, it resets. I'm doing well, Vex. Thanks for the raid. I'm actually about to head off. A question from someone starting a large-scale game now. How do we keep working on it? Be patient. That's my answer. Be patient. Plan a lot. But also prototype a lot. Get player feedback. Start small. The answer is make a smaller game. First, make it about half the size. All right. Who we raiding? Where we dropping? Jackie codes? Let's do it. Thanks everyone for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do it all again. Hopefully get through some cutscenes as well. That's it. That's the stream. Wishlist Insignia, if you haven't done that already. Wishlit. Steam Insignia. You gotta check this out. Well, before we go, look at that. That's my game. You can wishlist it right now. What? Please do. You're gonna love it. All right. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.